Hello? Test, test. Hello? Okay, we are live. Enjoy the music. Just give me a second to fully close Discord and all that. Alright. Here we go. Alright. So, before we get started, I have one big announcement. One little tidbit on what I got planned for the future. Let's start with the announcement. If you like Kingdom Hearts, I will be continuing the saga. Once Xenogears has rolled credits, the next project I will be tackling is Kingdom Hearts Chain of Memories. Now, am I playing the remake or the GBA version? I don't know yet. That's for you guys to decide. Starting until the credits roll on Xenogears, in the community tab of my channel, there are 2 polls. The first poll is going to regard Kingdom Hearts Days. For those that missed the test stream, I found out I can, in fact, stream Kingdom Hearts Days. And it's all thanks to the team at Melon Mix, who optimized the DS emulator to, you know, allow me to play it on my PC with OBS open. So thank you, Melon Mix. But the second poll, well, the first poll, I don't know what order you guys want me to play the games in. If we're going in chronological order, then Days would be after Chain of Memories. It does, yo Jimbo, but I'm going to finish explaining. Chronologically, Days happens before Kingdom Hearts 2, but technically you're meant to play it after Kingdom Hearts 2. It's more of a prequel game than anything. So, my question to you guys, which do you want to see first? You can vote in the community tab of my channel. Will I play Days first or Kingdom Hearts 2 first? Days will be streamed, Kingdom Hearts 2 will not, as that's one of the games I'm heavily researching. Anyway, Chain of Memories and Chain of Memories. That's what the second poll is about. Which version will I play? I personally don't like Recom because of balancing changes they made to the game, some stat differences, and honestly, it's just a really lazy port. Now, I understand they had to, like, transfer it to a 3D style, but, like, I honestly prefer playing the GBA version. Also on that poll is an option for me to play both. The right card to unlock the final door. Likely because your brother didn't enter the second boss room. Anyway, so what I mean by both, I will be playing the GBA version in Sora's story, the PS4 version for Riku's story if both are selected, at the time of streaming. This is for those watching the VOD. There are 7 votes on that second poll. 71% of you want me to play both. And for the Days versus KH2 poll, again, 7 votes. But this one's actually an even split. So I'm curious which one will win. Kingdom Hearts 2 or Days? Kingdom Hearts 2 is currently winning. But like, I'm curious, which one do you guys want to see first? Now for the tidbit. Metroid fans, I have some good news. Some very good news. But do not take what I'm about to say as fact that it's coming soon. I am still in the testing phase of it. For those that recall, way back when, I did Metroid Prime Remastered. And I wanted to play the other Prime games. However, a comment I said kind of aged poorly. Where I think I said, just watch. Nintendo's going to release Prime 2 and 3 Remastered. Yeah, they never did. Prime 4 came out. They never did. So I had to take things into my own hands. I'm actually testing out the Prime hack, which in theory should optimize Dolphin and allow me to stream it on OBS, but this is all in theory. I'm still in the testing phase of it. Actually, the installation of the Prime trilogy is what delayed the stream. It took a while, and then the download failed, so I'm gonna do it after stream. And that's all the new info. So let me just get my headphones, because they've been charging, because I forgot to charge them at the end of the last Xenogears stream. Last time, I'm gonna tell you what I remember. But yeah, no, do not take that Metroid Prime 2 and 3 as fact. I might be able to play Prime Hunters? I actually just finished it today. Honestly, it's the worst Metroid game I played. Like, it's still a good game. Yojimbo, keep spoilers to those games to a minimum. I have not played the Prime trilogy. They would be blind playthroughs. Anyway, I mean, it's not a bad game, but I don't know. The feeling, will I do the co-op mode? That there's a co-op mode? I have no idea, Evie. It all depends on if the Prime hack enables it. Actually, I guess it could. Hold up, I'm thinking about it. Yeah, I guess it could, but there'd be a lot of caveats with it, and I couldn't stream it because I'd have to use a software like Parsec, and that would be too much for my computer. Anyway, getting off topic. Prime Hunters was disappointing because of the progression of power. Because if you ever play Prime Hunters, I'm gonna make sure you keep your expectations right. You do not get any upgrades aside from new beams. Is my controller connected? And honestly, I felt kind of disappointed by it. Because, like, the only upgrades are beams. You start with bombs, you don't get the spring ball, so the morph ball platforming segments are kind of bullshit, if I'm honest. Thank you. You dislike Prime 2? Yeah, no, I heard Prime 2 was, like, really hard. I'm gonna have my friend Cam helping me through it, but... Alright, where were we last? What is the highest? First and last. So last time, I was told by chat that apparently I was out of the visual novel segment. Oh, right. I have to manually... First, let me make sure the audio is actually functioning. It is not. Hold on. Oh, that's why. Okay, I learned a new quirk about OBS. Apparently, when I play multi-disc games like this, I have to manually change the audio output. Because it counts disc 2 as an entirely separate application. Anyway, I was told apparently we're out of the visual novel segment. I don't believe it. I really don't. Honestly, my brain kind of shut off last week. Oh yeah, and until we're out of the visual novel segment, I'm gonna start having Monster Hunter Stories in between Xenogears, mainly to give my brain some rest. Because I have noticed every second Xenogears stream, I'm just extremely shut down. Oh! Oh, wait, Xenogears. What? Let's go with weapons. Okay. Alright, so who we thinking will be in the party from this point onward? We got our Omnigears back through the powers of nanomachines, son. Oh, I didn't know I could go down these. Cool. I'm going to bed. As soon as I leave this area, it's going to say, going to bed. It's going to say something along the lines of, as soon as I leave this place, it's gonna go take me back to the chair. Then it's gonna say, hey, you have a rare stone too. Is it a mermaid's tear? They're tough to find. Wait, what? Anyway, as I was saying, I guarantee, as soon as I leave this place, it's going to go, back to the chair and then say, so we made our way over to the final dungeon to save Ellie. Where am I supposed to go anyway? Like, I feel like that's a very valid question right now. I think I was all over this place in the last stream. Oh. Music stopped. I'm not seeing things, am I? I'm not just seeing things? Yes! I'm free! I'm free! I'm finally free! Hold on. You know what I just realized? Part of the screen's been cut off this whole time. I'm free. Let me on. I'm free! I completely forgot how to pilot this thing. Chat, you have no idea how happy I am right now. I'm actually crying tears of joy. I hated every second of that visual novel section. I can actually go where I want now. What? No, I'm not. No, I'm not. Oh, I'm so happy. Oh my god. No, I'm just... Hold on, there's actual tears in my eyes. Oh. Man, that Monster Hunter story stream is going to be torture now. I have a question. Am I in final boss mode right now? Like, as soon as I go confront... Like, as soon as I charge at Deus, the final boss will just begin? There's a dungeon before Deus? But, like, once I charge at Deus, that's, like, the finale, right? Yeah, no. I mean, like... Okay. Let me explain. The way I play Square Enix RPGs is that I basically brute force the story unless, in very special cases, there are permanently missable side content. But then I just do everything right before the final boss. So, when I charge at Deus, is that like final boss time and final dungeon? Or is there even more story after that? Because if it is, I'm gonna ask for a list of locations to go. Like... Yeah, Yojimbo. Like, if that's like the finale of the game, I'ma ask for a list of locations to go for bonus stuff. Hi, Primera. Ow. Okay. Okay, chat, I am actually asking you a serious question. Because I'm not really gonna update my equipment right now. Or if we're gonna have another dungeon afterwards and more story after confronting Deus. Like, is Deus, like, the finale? Fighting Deus leads to the finale. Okay. Okay. So we're in final boss territory. Are you seriously telling me basically none of Disc 2 was completed? Like, are you seriously telling me that? That practically none of Disc 2 was actually completed? Why release the game? Like, I'm sorry. What I would have done with that time is shortened the story. And you know what? If Disc 2 wasn't such a hot mess, this game might have actually sold really well. People would have asked for more, and Square Enix would have gone, hey, remember that game Xenogears? Can you give us more? Anyway, hold on, I'm getting a call. It would appear the people I can't be loud near are approaching the place. But yeah, no, like, if Disc 2 was this uncompleted, why release the game in this state? So, a much smarter decision to do would have been to shorten the story, and you know what? Xenogears' story is very engaging. So if it sold well, which it probably would have, like, it probably would have sold well, Square Enix probably would have been like, we like money. Can you make more Xenogears? To which Monolith could have just gone, sure. We get to finish our story now. I'm not letting you out, dog. Stop unplugging my speaker. I need to charge that. But no, like, that's kind of my biggest complaint with this game overall. Alright, so we're gonna do that story-related side quest. Wait. Oh, story scene. Young master, you better not die. Promise me. Of course. I'm not going to die. Quit saying such weird stuff. Sorry. Yeah, you're right. You'll make it back. when you come back, I'm going to, well, I just thought maybe I could be closer to you. You know?
Hey, well, quit it. Do you know what you're saying?
Just kidding, young master. You're all panicked. Funny, I don't see Choo-Choo anywhere. Where'd she go off to? Marry me, Oni-san. Honestly, yeah. Okay, obviously, we need to have Emeralda. Oh, so I guess I can only remove Faye from that one, like, during Disc 1. That's lame. It kind of makes Rico redundant, unfortunately. Like, his archetype, Faye kind of makes him redundant. I kind of wish I could swap Faye out for Rico to have, like, an all-out attacker. Alright, so, aside from Emeralda, who we thinking? Who has the most plot relevance? Ideally, I'd like to have a healer, so that's between Choo-Choo and Billy. You know, something I've learned is that in the base game of Xenogears, just Faye and Emeralda are for that side quest are required. I mean, like, for story relevance, who should take that third slot? No boss fight, just regular enemies. Okay, then who makes the most sense plot-wise? Let's... Wait, I just realized something. Deus, what was the name of her? The thing that took over Ellie. If it could take over any girl, what's stopping her from taking over Maria? Like, a genuine question. What's stopping her from taking over Maria? Yeah, Miang. What's stopping her from just possessing Maria mid-fight? Apart from Ellie, it's random. Oh. Man, that actually sucks, though. You just brought who you wanted? You know what? Choo-Choo has gone... Doesn't matter, because Choo-Choo's not present. Where's Choo-Choo? Oh, so no more body hopping. Cool. Actually, you know what? Hanger? Okay, thanks. First off, if we're going to run into the final boss, I have a question. Who do you guys want to see take down Deus in the main party? Because I'm going to equip them the most. Obviously, we gotta have Faye, but... who do you guys think has the most reason to kill Deus? Remember, since I'm playing with Perfect Works, every party member is viable. I may end up using wait, what? What do you mean decision? Okay. I'll find out. Hold up. I need to double check something real quick. I'm pulling up the patch notes. It's not story spoilers. Then go ahead. I would prefer not getting blindsided by bullshit. For cores, you can fight as many bosses to weaken Deus. Okay. Reduces Deus's HP and removes a move from him. Or it. Look, final boss changes. Character rebalance, enemy difficulty, including the final bosses are rebalanced, making the encounter less about grinding levels and more about strategic characters / gear builds. Hold up. Xenogears Perfect Works build. Okay, finally found the patch notes. Three of the 4 core mini-boss have gimmicks. Well, I guess it doesn't really matter, because apparently, in Perfect Works, they have increased Deus's HP from 75,000 to 100,000. And Ether defense has gone from 0 to 700. So yeah, I guess I'm gonna have to do it. They clearly changed it where it's no longer optional. Okay, so... Wait. Okay, so I'm looking, and apparently they just updated Perfect Work, so I'm gonna ask you guys. Should I update the mod right now? All in all, it should take about 10 minutes at most. Okay, so I'm using everybody. Got it. What did they add? I have no idea. Hold on. Alright, so first off, yeah, the lag will be temporary. I am using... Okay, I am using Perfect Works version 0.8.2. They have updated it to 0.9.0. The script has been updated to the arrival... I am reading the patch notes. Script has been updated up to the arrival at Point Bethlehem. I don't know that. All graphical bug fixes have been added to the other patches. The graphical fixes option has been replaced with the portrait fixes one, which is mutually exclusive to the resize portraits option. Carolyn's dialogue to Ramses and Merkaba provides more insight into his backstory. Ellie's spells have been buffed. That doesn't matter to me anymore. Script and spriting issues in Merkaba have been fixed. Merge story mode and script version of the G Elements fight has been fixed. Wither and Weaken are temporarily unavailable until bugs surrounding them have been fixed. So Wither and Weaken are no longer going to be in my repertoire. For those that need a reminder, that will either decrease the enemy defenses or attacks. A camera bug in the second Ronnie campfire scene has been fixed. EP is now used in the character selection screen over MP. Wait, what? Wait, I just noticed that! Wait, did anybody else notice that? I thought it said EP this whole time. Okay, the final note is defense has changed to defend on the command ring during battle. So guys, what we thinking? I couldn't help but notice you guys voted before I read the patch notes, so I'm gonna start the poll again. In the meantime, I'm a debate. So if that's how the final boss works, I need to come up with like 3 party members that I 100% want to fight True Deus. So, the final boss is entirely a gear battle, right? Okay, if it's entirely a gear battle, then I'm sorry, I gotta bring Choo Choo. A final boss, I feel like it would drag out, especially with that health pool. So, I should 100% have Choo Choo present for the healing. Then who takes that second slot? Yeah, first I gotta find Choo Choo. But who takes the second slot? Maria at present is the queen of ether damage. But... hold up. Let me check her stuff real quick. I got too used to playing on a DS. I pressed A to go back. Which, well, I pressed circle. Saves in. Sabzin has no abilities. She's got Missile Pod and Graviton Cannon. How necessary do you guys think a healer is? Because I'm actually kind of worried about that ball, about apparently how they increase the ether defense. And I'm worried Maria's going to go into the fight doing no damage with her big moves. What did you... What if I bring Satan? Satan could take care of the healing needs. Oh. I see. Well, I got every badge except for the rock, paper, scissors badge. So... Okay, so, alright, you guys want me to update the mod, but I'm between Emeralda and Billy. Both are capable of doing physical damage in combination with their ether in the event the ether stat is completely blocked by that ether defense. So who is your favorite character? I'm between Billy and Emeralda taking the final slot. Now, I'm gonna head out and go to that area. Where do I need to go for Emeralda's story? I know. We're talking for the final boss. Like the final boss when all that is done and over with. A lighthouse around the Tower of Babel. Okay. Wow, people like Emeralda more? Alright. Now, I will be sure to use the other party members when fighting the cores, however. I'll be bringing Faye and Satan, that's a given. But okay. I've saved. Let's exit out. Alright, well, let's update the mod. Hello, browser. Ah, damn. Multiple places. That's fine. Hold up. Xenogears Perfect Works build. You know, it's kind of nice that the Perfect Works build is actually nearing completion. It says 0.9.0. That means we almost have a 1.0 patch. Alright, let's... This was actually just updated last week, so this is hot off the press. Alright, this says we got about 4 minutes until it's downloaded. Actually, you know what? Screw it. Once this is done, I'm gonna walk you guys through the installation process so you can play Xenogears Perfect Works build if you find the changes they made interesting. Genuinely, it has improved my experience of this game a lot. And it was the only reason I survived the visual novel portion, because I knew when I got into combat, I got to use the brand new combat system. Alright. Which game? I'm actually curious. Oh wait, hold up. Copy, paste. There we go. Since that is apparently a thing that might start happening now. Currently updating game, so please be patient. Okay, now we are just waiting for the patcher. Alright, let's extract you. Oh, I guess I don't need that patches folder. Oh well, better to have it and not need it than to need it and not have it. Alright. I have downloaded it. Now I have to install it. I am currently extracting the mod now. Oh, I'm wrong. The current version we will be playing with is Xenogears Perfect Works patches 0.9.0.7. We got about 60 seconds left on the export. Never mind, 30. What blue rose? Alright, cool. It's downloaded, so now I'm going to run the Perfect Works patcher. Okay, so once you have the files, your firewalls might say, "Hey, this is risky." It's pretty normal. Oh, Nero's gun. Interesting. And you know what? Temporary window capture. Look at this. This is the setup thing. Now, I will not be showing where my files are located because, dear God, I'm not looking to dox myself. Give me a second. That is to hide private info. So yeah, basically plug your disc 1 and disc 2 into the top there, and all these bottom options become unlocked. Modes. Turn off random encounters entirely and ensures all enemies in the game can be killed in one hit. If you're just not interested in the combat, you can click this. I'm not gonna. We have also the undubs. You can change the Japanese voice actors. Interesting. Script and name changes, faster text. So, I want to know what you guys think. Well, the arena, only the essential for casual play and fighting CPUs. Having encounters and then rebalance party and enemies. Yeah, I'll use Emeralda. Do you guys think I should mess around with the experience in gold? Buy the best equipment for Gears? Yes. Okay, then follow-up question. Is the best equipment for Gears 100% necessary to beat the game? Because I want this to be an experience the developers intended. I'm really just adding a mod that overall improves the game balancing. No battle flashes because of my sensitivity to bright lights. No needs portrait. Oh yeah, that cafe thing you guys wanted me to do. Now I know it exists because there's a fix for it. To give her a sitting sprite instead of one with her naked in the reactor. Like, now I know it exists. And the best part is, you don't even have to play with the fix. Because they're aware some people think it's really funny. Anyway, so yeah, that's kind of the big part I'm at. Do I double the gold and experience? Yeah, no, like, I'm sorry, but, like, Sephiroth was built up to be this massive threat, but, like, so, as a gamer, I kind of just prepared my ever-loving heart out, but then he kind of got one shot by Cloud, and I'm like, that was it. That was it. But anyway, yeah, but no, serious question. Will I, like, is it overly necessary? Is the question here. No. No, that is not what I'm talking about. My Cloud fucking one-shot Sephiroth in Phase 1. Now, in his defense, I ran in with a fully charged Limit Break and Omni Slash, but still. Cloud fucking one-shot Sephiroth's Phase 1, and then Tifa proceeded to one-shot his Phase 2. So then I played the game again, except this time not making any preparations, and the fight still didn't challenge me. Yeah, no, like, it was... You didn't even get a chance to use Danger Tifa on Sephiroth. I didn't even use Danger Tifa. I didn't know that existed till like my 4th playthrough of Final Fantasy VII. We keep getting off track. I'm looking for a yes or no. Will I... Wait. If half encounters is selected, it is recommended to choose this setting. Oh, Evie, allow me to explain. There's an accessory you can obtain that puts the character in a near-death state at all times. However, there's also materia that powers someone up when they're in a near-death state. This buffs Tifa's attack stats so high, she one-shots everything. And God forbid you charge her limit break that allows her to use how many is it? 7 limit breaks, one after the other. But yeah, no, Danger Tifa, very busted. You heard me, Evie. Tifa is the most busted character in Final Fantasy VII. When I eventually play it, I'm going out of my way to make Tifa weak, because even then, she will still be my strongest party member. Okay, I was iffy on the details, but Yojimbo has it right. But yeah, no, Tifa can genuinely one-shot every boss in Final Fantasy VII. Once you get that weapon and accessory. I'm actually kind of glad Tifa got a very needed nerf in the remake. Like, holy shit. Like, there was practically no speedrunner who ever ran the game without having Tifa present, because she was that busted. Obviously, you have to have Cloud there for most of the story, but, like... Tifa is a physical attacker, and she proves it. So... Back to my question. This straight up says the developers recommend you do ×2 experience in gold when doing half encounters. Honestly, yeah, Yojimbo has it right. You you can make Tifa fucking immortal despite the fact that she always has Doom. And if we're really getting into specifics, the weakest characters in Final Fantasy VII... Anyway, as I was saying, the weakest characters in Final Fantasy VII, the original, this doesn't apply to remake. In fact, I think the list is actually reversed for the remake. Barret, Cait Sith, and God, what was his name? Vincent. Look, I'm sorry for all the Vincent fans, but he's the weakest because of his limit break. His limit break means you have to surrender control of him, and too many bad things can happen in too short of a time to willingly do that. Barret, he's a really good character, and he's actually got some really good limits. Barret is the story of everyone else outclasses him. Seriously. Barret is supposed to serve as the tank in the group. That's what his stats reflect. However, Cloud makes a better tank. Honestly, his greatest benefit, you would think, is being a mage or a healer, because thanks to his guns, he can stay in the back row. Yeah, that's still not the case. Barret has the lowest magic stat of the entire game. Even lower than Tifa's, who is a physical attacker. But the joys of Final Fantasy VII is that no matter how bad the character is, you can make him work. And it's that kind of battle system I love in games. Yes, Barret's bad, but you can make him work, damn it. You can make him hit almost just as many numbers as Cloud or Tifa. And by the way, his limit breaks do get much better later on in the game. It's just the first two levels that kind of suck. Anyway, the third worst character is Cait Sith because his entire limit break is complete RNG. Unlike Vincent, where it's like a berserker state, with Cait Sith, it's actual RNG if it screws you over. With Vincent, with the right build, you can absolutely make his limit break work. You can make him tanky enough to where it doesn't matter if he's gone berserk. He'll live. Cait Sith, there's no building around it. He's supposed to be the other white mage of the group, but like... him being the other white mage really makes it hit home that Aerith's gone. Because unlike Aerith, Cait Sith's limit break cannot heal you. Anyway, so I'm gonna turn on ×2 gold and EXP because the developers straight up recommend it. We got sidetracked for like 20 minutes talking about Final Fantasy VII. Yeah, no. Now, with that being said, Cait Sith's limit break isn't Russian roulette. It isn't. It doesn't have anything that could insta-kill you. But it does have things like debuffing the party and all that. Alright. Anyway, just press the patch button and just let it do its thing. It should open up a system window that will act as a loading screen. We're waiting for this to finish. But yeah, no, like, those are the 3 weakest characters in Final Fantasy VII. The original. So you might be wondering, who's the strongest? Well, as we've already discussed, one of them's Tifa. Because Danger Tifa ain't the only busted build, by the way, Eevee. There's other ones that can reach very similar numbers. Actually, the only mid-tier character is Sid. Genuinely, Sid's the only one that's not too bad, not too good either. And it's funny. Yuffie has stats very similar to Cloud, so like him, you can mold into whatever you want. Cloud is the second best character of the game. Because, as I just said with Yuffie, you can mold him into whatever you want. Yuffie and Cloud are pretty much interchangeable. Only difference is, and why I consider Yuffie to be slightly better than Cloud, despite having slightly lower base stats than him, Yuffie has access to backline weapons. She can sit in the back row and not suffer any damage drop off. Then we have Aerith. See, the reason why it hurts so much that Aerith leaves the party is because she's actually a really, really good party member. Not even just as a healer. See, Cait Sith has stats that are geared towards making him a white mage. Aerith has stats for both black and white magic. If you got magic needs, Aerith's got you covered. So it really hurts when she leaves the party. Because you've lost a very powerful magical battery. Yeah. Unfortunately, when I first played Final Fantasy VII, I was already spoiled about that moment because it's the worst kept secret online. Seriously. When I eventually play it, I'm not even going to foreshadow it. I'm not even gonna dance around it. Like, it's one of those things where everybody knows who Mario is. Everybody knows Aerith dies in Final Fantasy VII. Ooh, the patch was completed. Wait, what? Oh, these are bin files. Okay. Alright, let me just move these to the appropriate folder. PS1. saving it alongside that. Oh wait, I'm stupid. I also need to send those Q files. Don't worry, my stupidity will be fixed momentarily. But yeah, no, Final Fantasy VII, a great game, but I will say, I wouldn't mind a bit of a rebalance mod, kind of like Perfect Works, to make all the party members equally as viable. Alright. Good on that end. Open that up. I need to change my pathing settings. Not what I wanted. Memory card editor. No. Where is that button? Here we go, games list. Oh yeah, yeah. I have Seventh Heaven installed. It's a mod loader, not a rebalance mod. But yeah, no, I love a rebalancing mod, dude, specifically to make weaker party members a lot more viable. Like Barrett, yeah, he's weak, but he's only weak in the early game. I'm gonna be real. He just doesn't make a good first impression. I wouldn't change much about Barrett. Maybe give him a touch more magic to kind of emphasize that he's a backline fighter. Oh no. Hold on. You know what? Let's be more specific. Oh, there we go. I don't know why I didn't do that sooner. That cleans up very nicely. Yeah, yeah, I actually saw that on the mod site. And where's my controller? There it is. Alright. Okay, people. But yeah, back to while we're just waiting to load in. What I would change around primarily involves Vincent and Kate Sith. For Barrett, like, give him a little bit of extra magic, not too much, mind you. You don't want to turn Barrett into a tank. Well, you don't want to turn Barrett into a pure mage, because that's just not what he's built for. Like, that's just not what Barrett's about. But I would give him a little bit more magic to incentivize players to put him in the back row. Because normally people don't think about backlines too much in old school Final Fantasy, from what I know. Oh yeah, I would also nerf the hell out of Tifa. Like, sorry people, Tifa too powerful. I don't know how I do it, but anyway. Back to what we were doing. Okay, so, Yojimbo, you said look for a lighthouse around the Tower of Babel. Deus integrated with Zohar and awoke. But we found out Deus is in the center of a giant structure created out of the fallen Merkaba. The only way we can think of to destroy Deus is to penetrate into there and make our way into the center. That structure used to be Merkaba itself, but we must assume the inside has changed significantly. We don't know what dangers await inside of there. Please be very careful. Yeah, thanks, Sigurd. Let me take care of it. I will destroy Deus, even if it costs me everything I have. Faye, are you sure about this? Bart? I know what you must be thinking now. If you destroy Deus, the proliferation of the nanomachines that are out to turn this planet itself into a weapon will stop. But if you end up losing Ellie, who is united with Deus for that very purpose, then what good will it be? But... That's right, Faye. She's our friend who's been through a lot with us, too. I think that saving a dear friend is just as important as protecting our planet or saving the world. What better reason is there to fight? If you can't even save your friends, then how could you save the world? Don't you agree? Yeah, Sig's right. Don't you ever give up, Faye, no matter what. You're the only one who can release Ellie from Deus' spell. But we'll give you as much backup as we can, so... Thanks a lot, Bart. Sigurd, I won't give up. You volunteered to fight for the young master and the rest of us. So it's our turn to fight for you and Ellie. Let's go, Faye, to gain true freedom. You know, that's very unfortunate timing, guys. Because if I know a Square Enix game, we are not doing that for a very long time. Also, I couldn't help but notice the map changed. Or maybe it's been so long that I clean forgot about core features of the map. Yeah, because Deus blew everything up. Yeah. Okay, yeah. Looks like the core places are still here, though. Wow, the church is still there? Damn. There. I passed it. Oh, wait. I saw a light. Oh. Lighthouse. Oh. The base of this lighthouse was built several thousand years ago. Islanders added a lighthouse to make added a light to make it into a lighthouse, but no one knows what it really is. First off, death blows. Where's my notebook? You know, it's strange. Oh, you couldn't go here in this one. Okay. So, Emeralda has to work on up, up, left, down. Also, oh shit. My notes are falling apart with how much I'm using them. Hold on, I need to get a stapler. Okay, I now have stapled notes. This is like my notepad of all the death blows. And as I was saying, it's gonna feel weird not using this on streams anymore. Like, I really only use it when there's something I need to keep track of. Like myself. It depends on what you're gonna send me, Evie. Okay, so Satan, you have learned you're working on left, up, up, down. Oh wait, no. Wait, no, Satan already learned that one. Where's my pen? Here it is. That means you're working on the left, left, down. Faye is currently working on left, left, down. Emeralda only knows the first 7 AP death blow, so she's working on up, up, left, down. Also, I need to make sure I understand correctly. Every one of these 7 AP death blows I learn. They're going to add a new hyper mode death blow to the gears, right? Okay. So it does strengthen gears to work on death blows. Anyway, what are these 2 points of interest? Up, up, left, down. Tissues on standby. The city we saw from Emeralda's ruins. We've come a long way from there. Wait, what? Where are we? I'm sorry, where did we see this? Are there gear enemies here? Because if not, I'd rather kind of just work on the death blows. Zaboim. You'll have to be more specific. My brain went cattywampus during the entire novel section portion. If it was in disc 2, I don't remember it. I only remember the big important stuff. No, I do not. Well, okay. Here's my thought process. I'm gonna run around on foot, and I always have the call gear button if I truly need gears. Oh, right, I forgot. I don't have right stick. Yeah, that's still not ringing any bells. Sorry. Satan is working on... I'm gonna memorize it again. Man, Satan with a sword is so cool. Too bad it's Disc 2 exclusive. Emeralda. I do need to remember I do not have access to the wither effect anymore. Oh, these are the croakers from those ruins. Anyway, because when I looked at that guide Evie sent me, and Faye's death blows are like at level 75 or something, I do not think... Not what I wanted to do, but okay. I do not think I'll really be exempt from checking the menu after every battle, because I have no idea if Faye can actually learn that death blow he's currently trying to learn. Okay. Faye and Satan working on the same. Emeralda needs to work on up, up, left, down. To the main point of this area? Okay. You know, for the life of me, do not remember Kim. Yes, I am very happy. Okay. I still think Deathblow should be learned on a level basis. That does not make sense. I should not be able to open that. Like, I should not be able to open that. Oh, there are gear enemies. A scene with Ellie always... Yes. That was Bull. Yes, it was. Okay, I need to be reminded. What does Xenogears have at its disposal? I have yet to change Xenogear augments. Wait, Xenogears doesn't use fuel? After a round or two? Okay, so no one has yet to explain to me what hyper mode is. What is hyper mode? How do I trigger it? I was just told it might happen. What it sound like game swing? I've gone into hyper mode before, but I still don't know how to trigger it. You build up to it. Yeah, I see the hyper mode thing. Xenogears is currently at 99%. How do I make that to 100? Then strong. What? I'm going it. Reach attack level 3. So the hyper mode is telling me that my percentile chance to go into hyper mode. The only requirement is that I am at attack level 3. That's actually helpful. Actually, hold up. Is it worth still having the trader card right now? Okay. Actually, you know what? No. And I need to change you around. Enable level 2 death blows. I prefer that. Actually, I can use that with basically no penalties. I am kind of sad that that's all Xenogears can do. I feel like Xenogears should have some kind of special option by default, like the Jesse cannon or something. Hello, Shaded Soul. Welcome to the stream. You know, I completely forgot the entire reason I even went into that menu in the first place. And it was to heal. Yeah. I did notice that Xenogears has no fuel cost. See, what Faye's now going to do is he's just going to do nothing. Because I want to learn those death blows. If I ever re-record this to upload as a VOD, I'll probably cut out the battles where nothing interesting really happens. Love Melody. Half HP. So that's bull. That is so much bull. Oh god. To hell with learning death blows. I'm just gonna kill them now. Okay, that's actually just badass. So those things are a menace. Duly noted. It looks like we can get out of our gears and go in here on foot. What? But what's that? What's that off in? What's that in the distance? Yeah, these guys do so little damage, I don't even have to heal. But you know what? I will probably heal with Satan. Because I'd rather nothing stupid happen and I get got. You know what I only just realized? Evie, how many deaths did I take in the visual novel portion? I said I wasn't going to spin the wheel until I was out of that portion. I am now out of that portion. Alright. Loading up the wheel now. Lag should hopefully stop momentarily. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna lighten the load real quick. I just paused the game. Like, I paused the game. It should allow things to load a lot faster. Yeah, it's been a while since I've done this. I haven't had to in a hot minute for any of my streams. I'm still dreading it, but... Alright, let's see here. To set this up all over again. Oh wait, that is the Monster Hunter Stories wheel. Yeah, I would take that, but there's no battle pouch in this game. So how have your guys' day been? Excuse me while I hide this. You know what? I'm surprised Evie didn't even attempt to say, hey, spin the wheel, because I clean forgot. I actually would have gone the entire playthrough without spinning it. Oh. That's good. That's very good. Are you gonna show me my wheels now? I know I saved the Xenogears wheel. There we go. Ignore the numbers one. The numbers one is involving anything that has a random chance in it. Hello? What? You know what, Shaded? I will say I'll probably really like it in retrospect. Hold up. I'm spinning again because that wheel absolutely abruptly stopped. Hold on. It's glitching. There it is. That one's and I rolled something so much worse. It's so much worse. Evie is screaming right now, I can tell. He's screaming and jumping for joy. Yeah, no, I very much relate to Faye as a character. Next Wednesday, submit your torture ideas in the Discord server. For 3 hours, I will be playing your levels designed to torment me. Or hey, you can submit some good levels and allow me to actually have fun. But that wouldn't make good content, would it? And that wouldn't be as fun for people, would it? Oh my god. I should have just taken the bullshit roll. Anyway, so I'm sure in retrospect I might say that was a pretty fine, good story. But like, I'm sorry, when I played through Disc 2, my soul just left. Whoever was in control of my body, it was not Skena. I don't know. That's actually a good question, Yojimbo. You know, it's a very compelling plot point. It really is. I'll give you that, Shaded. The problem is, because this is in a visual novel, it was revealed in the visual novel part, my brain was completely shut off. What's more, it was at the end of the stream, so I was kinda at my limit at that point. Also, I will say, I do have a minor critique about the story. Can we talk about how ultimately pointless Solaris was? No, seriously. Like, can we talk about that real quick? Solaris was hyped up to be this massive threat that we needed to take down. Like, that is a critique I have for this story. Solaris just kind of faded away. Like, all of Solaris just kind of said, yeah, we're not relevant anymore. For, like, as soon as Disc 2 started. The instant Disc 2 started. Oh, those are my gears. You sim? Tulio Mesquita. I hope I pronounced that correctly. Yeah, I know, but like, Zanza has a very similar plot hole. I will say, Zanza is very similar in that. Now, yes, he is foreshadowed, and in retrospect, it's actually kind of obvious. You just missed the suffering of Disc 2. Yes, you did, and I hated every second of it. I'm actually finally starting to have fun again, because I'm actually thinking about character builds again. Anyway, hopped into the menu to remove phase gear. We're actually doing side content that chat has told me exists for extra story beats. You know, before the finale. Apparently this one's going to involve Emeralda. But yeah, no, like, Solaris ultimately feels redundant in Disc 2. Because, like, Solaris, they were hyping Solaris up to be this massive threat. But then, with no grandiose, with no real explanation, it was just kind of ousted from the story. Yeah, well, we're out of the visual novel portion. So I'm having significantly more fun now. I was complaining the entire way through. Actually, can someone check how many streams was I in Disc 2? Like, I can say this is a good game, but if I ever have to play Disc 2 again, I'm probably going to quit. I'm probably going to quit the game right then and there. Also, what am I supposed to do here? There seriously isn't nothing in this room, is there? Think you can use the computer? I'm trying. There it is. Huh. What's this movie? Oh, the world before. Of the Zeboim civilization that died out 4,000 years ago. What? Stop. Who is this woman? Maya. As she appeared in the Zeboim era, but I don't know who her host body was. She resided at the side of the Prime Minister, manipulating the world behind the scenes. To resurrect days. I can definitely understand that, Shaded, but I don't think I will be returning to Xenogears for a while. Because having to sit down and just read, especially on stream, like, that's actually just a complete nightmare. In the beginning, yes, but her goal changed later on. Many people then couldn't have children. They were defective humans. So she basically reset them. Yeah, if I was playing the game casually, I think it would have been fine, because I would have taken breaks. Like, I would have taken breaks. Okay, so, Shaded. Shaded. That point you brought up about visual novels, or or story and text heavy games. I really liked Ace Attorney. Keep that in mind for what I'm about to say. When the game kind of sets itself up as something of an action RPG, it's kind of expected to not turn into very text heavy or a visual novel. And Disc 1 made a honestly perfect first impression on me. I got hooked on it very quickly. I was so invested in the story at the end of Disc 1. My first thought was, how the hell is Disc 2 gonna follow this up? And the story, I feel like it could have followed it up, but during the entire time, my brain kept shutting off because I go from thinking, exciting combat, let me weave together these combos to probably an hour of cutscenes. I do not think it is a bad thing for a game to be very text-heavy or story-based. In fact, I actually play games like that all the time. But those games lean towards that concept. Xenogears starts out as not that. Then suddenly it turns into it, and I'm sitting here being like, why couldn't they just shorten the story? It does, and I will give you that shaded because Xenoblade is the exact same way except for 3. But like, that's my thing. As a first playthrough, Disc 2 just fucking sucks. And you know what? Even at the end of Disc 1, I unfortunately could not recommend this to a casual Xenoblade fan. I can't. Because of, like, just not even taking Disc 2 into account. Xenogears has some problems that, honestly, being completely honest here, like, they aren't that big a deal. The problems come from its age. Back in this day, when this game originally came out, RPGs did not commonly have things like mini-maps for the dungeons. They did not let you customize your entire party. Some people who stream refer Disc 2. You know, I think I know why. Because those streamers are lazy. They're too lazy to come up with jokes. But that's besides the point. But no. That's just my whole stance. I cannot recommend this game to any new RPG fan. Anyone who casually plays the Xenoblade games. See, I've 100%ed Xenoblade Chronicles 1, 2, and 3. I'm actually still working on X, kind of in between things on my own time. I've 100%ed those games. I've beaten them multiple times, excluding X. So I'm like a hardcore Xenoblade fan. That is why I decided to start playing Xenogears by Mega Eevee's suggestion. That's why I decided to. And you know what? I cannot recommend this game to any of my friends except for Dragon. Because Dragon is a huge fan of old school JRPGs. He plays things like the classic Final Fantasy. He plays things like he plays things like classic Dragon Quest. He'd like this game. I don't know if my other friends would. I really don't. Because this game has some issues that stem from its age. Such as the death blows. Honestly, I feel like they could have been dumbed down a little. I will say, Xenoblade 1 and 2 had amazing villains. Really. Like, Chef's Kiss, Malos. Perfect. Just perfect. Then we have Agil. Oh my god. Zanza was the only bad villain in Xenoblade 1. And then in Xenoblade 2, they said, let's give this man some backstory. Which is why Zanza sucked in Xenoblade 1, by the way. Xenoblade 3, though, I've said my opinions on it countless times. It's a good game, don't get me wrong. Its story, on the other hand, I consider it the worst of the entire Xenoblade franchise. That includes X. Even with its cliffhanger ending. And now that I think about it, I think the director was trying to replicate Xenogears into Xenoblade 3, but because of the scope of it, it was just too much. And Nintendo probably forced him to cut back some details to actually meet the release date. Anyway, right before man was about to be wiped out by war, a new being was born to foster the next generation. Remember the missiles in the mass driver facility? They are relics from the Zaboin people. As a result, we now are descendants of the few strong people who survived. A slipping economy, rising crime, urban blights. A nation of fanatics looking for their own living space, believing in religious sect leaders, and gathering around totalitarian rulers. These people were cut off from the next generation thanks to genetic damage. And would have died out if left to their own devices. So, Ellie and I took the hopes of the people and created Emeralda. Wait, what? Oh. Okay, so it just replays it. Hold up. So, okay, so Ellie is genuinely Faye's kid. Oh, no, bet. Wrong wording. Emeralda is genuinely Faye's kid. I mean, I know Emeralda is basically a sentient machine, so in a way, can call Faye father. I see another open door. Yeah, I am not dealing with these guys and their HP having BS. How much health do you have? Yeah, normally I take the battle to work on death blows, but no. Actually, Emeralda absolutely needs to learn her new death blows. Oh, hey, they're all one-shot material right now. You know, I feel like this game, it could have been really great if they managed to finish it. But I do have some minor points. So... Oh, what was I saying? Oh, right, minor points. I feel like this game would have been too long. Genuinely. By JRPG standards, this game would have been way too long if they actually finished it. And honestly, at that point, I feel like maybe halfway through Disc 2, they probably could have left it on a cliffhanger for the next game, specifically so the game doesn't stretch on too long. Because with all the plot points in Disc 2, no, I cannot see this game fitting on 2 discs if they manage to finish it. Didn't Final Fantasy VII have 3 discs? Yeah, no, okay. I would be very interested in not only playing that, but once I gain a little more experience under my belt, I would be very interested in maybe helping bring that to life. Is there anything in here? Yeah, no, Final Fantasy VII was 3 discs. Now, Final Fantasy IX was 4 discs, but... Is there even anything in here? Oh, a discussion on the excavated slave generators and their special effects. Strange engines discovered in structures buried underground in ancient times. These sub or slave generators, hereafter abbreviated as SG, have, after diverse study, become widely known to have their output divided into 3 levels. However, it has been ascertained that a higher mode exists that far surpasses these output levels. For convenience's sake, we shall call this hyper mode. Hyper mode is invoked at a certain probability when an SG's attack level reaches 3. I'm sorry. I'm right before the final boss, and they're only just now explaining what hyper mode is. Okay. Okay, I'm adding this to my list of complaints. This should be in the gear tutorial. Or at the very least, they should tell you this exists at the start of Disc 2. Since that's probably the time you're gonna start getting 7 AP death blows. I'm still far from the ending. Yeah, no, I was kind of in a debate with chat asking if I was at the final dungeon. Because if I was going to spend the rest of my gameplay side questing. Not what I wanted to do, but okay. Yeah, no, I was told the final dungeon is next, so in typical Final Fantasy fashion, even though this isn't really a Final Fantasy game, I'll be spending the rest of my time doing all the side quests available to me, because I've also been promised it will not allow me to one-shot the final boss. So that's nice. Friggin' Sephiroth getting one-shotted by Cloud. Ooh! Ray count. That is up, up, left, down. Mark that down. Now I'm doing up, left, up, down. So there's two buildings I'm trying to find here. Wait, what? Why'd the music change? Book 2, Alphana, Hop Jerky, Aquasol. Hello. How do you like my shop? Big Joe's shop? Nothing but Jobrin. What? I mean, I'll take the free fuel restore, but... What? Actually, hold up. I should probably update engines and all that. Oh, he sells the best shit? Okay. That's useful info. Satan. With fuel that low? You know what? You need that. Faye, however. Faye, my friend. My buddy. Wait. Oh my god, I can't afford it. Hold on. You know what? I'm never gonna use that thing. Or that. Any of these. Grind the frogs in the second anima dungeon for the rarest items to sell for cash to buy from Big Joe. Oh, I did not find Choo Choo yet. Okay, Faye, you're getting this. Save Zen here. Use L Steer. Oh, wait. Okay, so the armor here is just for Save Zen and Steer. Alright. What you selling for items? Restore EP to full. Oh, I can just straight up buy drives now? Okay, cool. Enables you to play dead, cancels play dead, weapon attack up. A party heal? I like it. Increases death blow learn rate? I like it. Oh, so the chests are random? Okay. When they said that drive is a dangerous drug, now it's just a stat buff that's safe to use. Okay, I'm still not using them. Hold on. What is that Elfana? And that new thing I apparently have. The Sun Cross. Oh, attack and ether? Actually. Forget the trader card. That's gonna be infinitely more helpful for you. Oh, Ivory? I'm sorry, what? Monkey's favorite? Someone explain to me what this item does. The Alfana thing. I guess I don't need the rod anymore. I don't need these crimson vests anymore. That's old. Rico has it, so there's no one else I want to have it. It restores 50 HP out of battle. Okay. Alright, so what I'll probably be doing is, money grinding. No, stop opening the items menu. Not on stream, by the way. Oh my god, I keep... Stop spamming the buttons, Skena. So this guy is genuinely just the best shop in the game. Stops gears. Oh, that sounds really helpful with Bart. Doubles elemental defense. Engine output up 50%. Oh. Charge restores more fuel. Enables all death blows. Oh my god. Then there's angel armor. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Buy one of each. Yeah, there's so much crap here. This is gonna be so much grinding! I need so much cash now! Holy shit! First, Deathblow X. How important is this angel armor, by the way? Sounds like I can more or less sell everything in my inventory, though. Because I'm gonna be replacing all of it. Like, is this angel armor really worth having over that 200 beefy defense? Faye 100% will be sacrificing the armor, however, for that output increaser, because, I mean, come on, that's just more damage. Also, I read that apparently the final boss, like, its HP and stuff doesn't change, but apparently, I don't know how true this is, I'm thinking it scales to my level. In other words, it does not matter how busted I am. Perfect Works is going to make sure the final boss can kick my teeth in. So I will probably absolutely have to grind money. But no, you know what? I know what we're gonna be fighting. Yeah, I don't think Satan really needs that. But you know what? I got nothing else. Yeah, I'm 100% going to be grinding this. Also, if what you say is true, then I should be able to leave this room. Then when I come back in the room... Oh my god, the chests are back. Spiderweb, Comedian, Elfana, Berry. Wait, so these could be quite literally any item in the game. Wait, so hypothetically, I could just keep doing this till I get a bunch of sell-only items. Ellie's ultimate weapon? Seriously? That is the same vein of finding the guy that gives Aerith her final limit break after she dies. I'll be back. Just like the battle arena, I will be grinding it off screen because, oh god, that's a lot of money. Wait, G Godfather? That sounds like equipment. I just don't know if it's for the... It is not. Is it for gears? Wait. Is it just a regular item? G God something. Okay, seriously, what did I just grab? Actually, you know what? Screw this! I'm getting in my gears. Might be a gun for Billy. Okay, so just so we're clear, if the armor is not in that shop, I'm pretty much good to assume it's not. I'm good to assume the stuff in the Yggdrasil is the best stuff, right? Because I noticed only 2 of the gears actually had frames in there. I think I have a build in mind for everyone. Well, mostly everyone. I just don't know what I'm gonna do with Billy and Choo Choo yet. That's not new. Oh, chest. So Faye can more easily shift into hyper mode. So maybe the strat with him would be to just kind of have him stall on attack level 3. Man, so Faye having no fuel costs is going to go incredibly crazy, and the Xenogears kinda busted, yet it makes sense. Wait, what is this? Wait, is this a new place? I mean, going up. Nope. Nope, I'm just stupid. Okay. You guys don't understand. I'm so excited to start building with that shop. You know, I'm certain there's a part of the city I haven't seen yet. I just gotta keep my eyes peeled. I'm actually paying full attention now, unlike... How many streams has it been? 5? Oh, wait. Wait. Oh, okay. Yeah, I completely ignored this northern segment of the city. Yeah, this is a full-on modern city. What? Where? Faye says to proceed on foot, but where? Alright, so Satan. As the healer of the final party, he needs ether. Like, he absolutely needs ether amps. This area looks important. Okay, guess it's not that. So yeah, a little insight to the build I have planned. All the physical attackers need that Death Blow X. Because Death Blows are how they're going to lay down the damage. Obviously, that would be Rico, Faye, and to some extent, Satan. The build I have for Faye will kind of turn the Xenogears into a glass cannon, but due to the fact that he doesn't need fuel, Like, just because he doesn't really need fuel. Well, you know what I also just realized? Faye only has 1,000 fuel right now. So those engines come with a cost. Okay, so then in my new build for the Xenogears, there's no room for that. There's no room for this. None at all. Because the build I have in mind is going to capitalize on the fact that Xenogears doesn't use any fuel when attacking. That's the build I have in mind. That means raising the output as high as humanly possible. So let me remove this. I mean, kind of makes Deathblow X... What are the aspects or little things of this game that you like? The combat system. And, well, I mean, this one's gonna be obvious. The entirety of Disc 1. I mean... You know what? It'll make Faye more tanky, kind of negating the need for that healing chip. Also, since Satan can heal naturally with his gear, he doesn't really need any heal chips either. So Satan, since he's my resident healer, I'm gonna go all in for defense with him. He's got a ether machine multiplier to up his ether amp. But you know what? I would much rather Satan get the ether generator. Emeralda. Mainly because Emeralda hasn't really been doing much damage with those quote-unquote high ether amp numbers. Also, I can always just do this. That's the best I got for Emeralda. For Emeralda, I want to I have to lean into either ether or physical prowess. Okay, so maybe there's got to be something here, because Faye told me to get out of the gear around this point. But yeah, no, ether has let me down one too many times, so I'm kind of in a state of, I think I'll have Emeralda focus more on her physical prowess, because, hold on. Look at that! mean, yeah, I killed them all, but they have low HP. But yeah, no, the game's story, definitely a strong point. Just after playing Disc 2, I cannot genuinely recommend this game to any casual enjoyer of JRPGs. Like, that's the biggest point. Actually, I guess Emeralda doesn't really need her 7 AP death blows. Good with it? That is the question. A road that leads directly to a tunnel. Okay. That is the question. Well, I mean, I actually had a poll earlier to decide who the third slot would be, because I have already decided I'm bringing Satan to the final battle. I was kind of sifting between Billy and Emeralda. Do you guys want me to, like, restart the poll to re-vote or something? Because I kind of had chat decide the final slot. Well, Tulio, it is important to keep in mind that since I'm playing with the Perfect Works mod, all characters are relevant. Including the likes of Rico. Of course, I don't know if I want to use Rico because what this mod do? Oh, the mod the mod kind of rebalances the game, and I'm gonna explain it again. I'm going to explain it again. Those symbols next to the death blows are additional side effects added to each death blow to make sure even the low level ones stay relevant throughout the entire game. Because end game, you're kind of just spamming the strongest ones, but it's fine. It's fine, Tulio. I love nerding out. I built an entire channel around it. So yeah, no, each of these corresponds to an effect. The one for the shield and the sword with a down arrow is Wither and Weaken. Unfortunately, in the latest version of the Perfect Works build mod, they removed it until bugs surrounding it have been patched. So for Faye, Senretsu does nothing. Emeralda leg spin does nothing. And it doesn't affect Satan. Basically, there's been multiple changes. For example, Satan is not nearly as overpowered. In case you haven't noticed, he doesn't have Renke anymore. He cannot provide party-wide healing anymore. But his stats were more or less not changed much. His attacking stats have been lowered a bit to really more so sell the fact that he's a combat medic instead of a full-on healer like, say, Billy or Choo-Choo. Bart was given the ability to become an ether attacker via enchanting his weapon using his death blows. Also, his ether stat has gotten a little bit of a buff. Choo-Choo has gotten a lot of changes, making it where she's actually viable before the end game without drives by giving her new moves to better fit that of a healer. Marie, the cost of her powerful moves has been reduced, and that's it. Actually, why am I trying to guess off the top of my memory? I can just look up the patch notes. Who wants me to post the patch notes in chat again? Because I'm more than happy to. But I will say this, Rico probably got the biggest rework from what I read. Hold up. But yeah, no, I'm gonna be summarizing it. There is the page. Okay, I apparently have to use the link myself because my browser is stupid. Rico got the biggest rework out of everybody. With pretty much all of his base stats changing. Bart has gotten an overall power increase to pretty much all of his moves, and has gotten side effects, status ailments, basically. Oh, apparently they've also changed the lighthouse around. Hold on. Oh my god, they only added shit to the shop. They didn't remove anything. Rico, where are you, Rico? Yes. Yeah, but Bart is now a status effect master. Here we go, Rico. Rico has gotten the biggest rework. The power of all of his death blows, aside from Banderas, has been increased. But Banderas also ignores defenses. Instead of Steel Spirit, he now learns Steel Charge, which gives him haste. Those are just his death blows. Man, I wish all of these were in the same convenient location. Stat changes. Oh, Emeralda. Emeralda is a rather rounded character with damage stats between Faye and Ellie, and excels in accuracy and evasion. While not awful as a kid, she struggled to stand out against others with low damage and little utility, until she grows up at least and becomes overpowered. Giving her more turns helps offset that without directly buffing her, though her ether caps will raise just a bit as the intended replacement for Ellie. Her grown-up version gets nerfed significantly in return to stop her from becoming too powerful. Those caps were absurd, though they stay above the other party members. Emeralda has, in general, more ether and agility. Rico! Okay, it's the big list. His HP was increased. Attack was increased from 28 to 60. Defense was increased significantly. His hit rate increased significantly. Agility has gone to 8. Attack growth increased significantly. Hit rate growth increased. Evasion growth increased. And then EP growth also increased. Basically, he's the heaviest hitting physical attacker now. And will not be outclassed by Faye or Satan unless you have specific builds created to do it. Also, I didn't know Emeralda grows up. I mean, I read it when I was reading the patch notes, but like, I'm still sitting here like, how is that gonna happen? Because she's still a kid. Like, she very clearly is still a kid. So, I'm actually curious how that will happen. You ruined the surprise. I'm sorry, Yojimbo, it said it in the patch notes. I know she grows up, I just don't know how. I assume this is the spot where she's gonna grow up, but like, I'm confused how. How does she accomplish that? Because like, that's not natural. I thought maybe there was gonna be a time skip during the visual novel segment where Emeralda suddenly is an adult now. Like, that's what I thought was gonna happen. But it didn't. Now I'm sitting here like, Yeah, I know Emeralda isn't human. But anyway, all the party members have been changed around to be balanced. Which is probably why I'm playing with the hack. Because, you know, it makes the game more fun. Something tells me Emeralda's going to be cranking out a lot more damage when she grows up, though. But right now, she is kind of underperforming. Yeah, I don't want any hints on how she's gonna grow up. I just know she will. Yeah, no, like, earlier I even had an impromptu tutorial on how to set up the Perfect Works mod. You do need a legitimate copy of Xenogears, though. That part should be added. You do need a legitimate copy of Xenogears. For legal reasons. I mean, I quote-unquote bought the game. I don't see why you can't. Out of question for you, then. Yeah, no, you do need a PC. Or hypothetically, if you could mod, like, it is absolutely a mod. So you would need a way to mod Xenogears. I'm using a PC for it, but the PS1's very old, so I'm willing to bet you can mod it. What about a ROM? Tulio, I repeat, for legal reasons, I am using a copy of Xenogears I bought, quote unquote, myself. I don't know if I can get more obvious with this without creating some legal issues. Yet for legal reasons, I am playing a copy I bought. But yeah, no, as long as you have the data for disc 1 and 2, it should work. It was actually really easy to set up in actuality. Though, to be fair, I mess with mods all the time, so I'm kind of experienced at modding at this point. Okay, so, yo, Jimbo, I'm looking for a road that leads to a tunnel. Do you have any hints on where this road is? Wait until you're out of battle so I can see them out. Okay. You know, if Emeralda gets better at the end of this, then maybe I won't change the party around too much. I just don't know what to build her gear around. That's the current issue I'm in. She's one of the ones I don't have a build figure out yet. I'm in that back area with that little locked door over there. It's actually just behind Joe's shop. Turn the map. I'll turn it 180 degrees. Man, guys, I'm so excited for the future of this channel. Alright. I'm gonna use this time to make sure to run through a checklist in Monster Hunter Stories to make sure I've done everything before tomorrow. New monster. That's a boss. That's a boss. It's Riddle Master. Turn the map around so you can see that wall again. Okay. Do it when I do it. Bottle caps. Oh wait, I still need to grind out the Bab de Forest shit. Go to the left and hug the wall as I go down. Roger that, Chief. Yeah, no, Satan is doing more damage, and he's been respec'd as more of a combat medic. Actually, maybe it's because I'm using AoE attacks? No. Yeah, no, Emeralda's just really weak. Like, she needs an upgrade, and soon. Now, granted, Satan is doing more damage than Faye, but I haven't got Faye's buffs active yet. For example, normally, I'd use this, because this gives Satan a attack buff. Man, these guys are really annoying. Which I think Emeralda might be able to one-shot them now. I'd love to have Emeralda be my ether battery, since it seems like there's no one else up to the job right now. Like, there's no one else with a high enough ether stat, aside from Marie. You know what? When she turns into an adult, I'm gonna take her on a trial run, and we're gonna pick between her and Marie, the two ether batteries of the game. Hug the wall, hug the wall, hug the wall. Hug the wall, hug the wall. Oh no. Wait, where's the Xenogears? Because it really... Okay, there it is. It really seems like I passed it. Oh. Well, I was hugging the wall! It really seems like Emeralda could be spec'd either way, in all honesty. To be a physical powerhouse or an ether powerhouse. I just don't know which yet. Ether has kinda let me down, if I'm being honest. Cause you guys have seen the multiple bosses I've fought where Ether just did 0 damage. That's why I'm kinda hesitant to make an ether build for Emeralda. Like, go full on into it. Actually, hold up. There was a section right here. Where is it? There is not. I have not found another button. I have not been told another button. If you know the button, I would very much appreciate telling me. And I actually would have preferred it maybe like 80 hours ago. So I 100% gotta upgrade everyone's equipment right now. So I'm gonna be grinding money for a long time. Just so we're clear, I am in the end game. If I Google, like, fastest money-making techniques, I'm not gonna encounter spoilers. Yeah, no, like, Emeralda's physical attacking abilities are kind of stronger because of how the death blows work. Where? Where do you see it? Because I don't. The building with the green signs. I mean, Emeralda can definitely take a punch, clearly. Not a building entrance? What? There's a so I have to be searching the ground. That's what... Actually, hold up. Let me know if this starts lagging for you guys. Hold up. Because I just realized, so I now have the game in full screen. In case you're wondering why I didn't do something like this earlier. Because last time I tried it, my computer was lagging the stream like crazy. But now it has the happy little side effects of I can fucking see. Oh my god. Wait. Oh my god, those are cars. See, I'm at a point where I don't care. Just fucking die. Was not meant for on-foot combat. Then why are there on-foot enemies? riddle me that, Yojimbo. Why are there enemies meant for fighting on foot, then? Because this would be infinitely more boring if I just nuked them all. And God forbid I didn't have Emeralda. I see the manhole now. That is so dumb. And you know what? You know what sucks? If I wasn't streaming, I would have easily seen it. Because of what streaming setup I was using. Anyway, let me know if the game starts lagging too much. Ooh, Z charger. Probably gear equipment. Oh my god, that's so fucking good. That is so fucking good. Not anyone in my party, but like, that is fucking good. You know what would probably make this game better? If there's any Perfect Works build devs in my chat. Make attachable accessories that allow you to attach like extra attacks, like the Jesse cannon, for instance. Where are we? So what happens if I come here without Emeralda? Yeah, this place used to be so busy. Like an actual town. It wouldn't trigger. Wow, that's so mean. And rude. Congratulations, Ellie. Another year has come and passed. Yes, Happy New Year, Kim. I don't know what it is, but just now you sounded like an old person speaking. No, well, this time last year, I never thought the war would come this far. Yes, but we managed to get by without getting involved. But it's not over yet. Why, at this very moment, people are still dying. Let's stop talking about this. Let's not dwell in the past year. Not at the start of a new year. Yes, well, today at least, I want to spend a day without worrying. Stupid idiot! A bunch of fools! Kim, you're too loud. I don't care if they hear me. All the people here are also fools. Kim! Think about it. What's the purpose of fighting each other on such a tiny planet as this? Fighting out of fear of being hunted into a corner? You know, that probably would have sold some units. If they ever finish Xenogears. Rushing in to fight as if there were only so many reserved seats to the right of life. Starting a war is stupid. Inciting it is also stupid. Killing people as an act of terrorism or as a protest against wars that kill people is just as stupid. You're all fools. Kim, I felt sorry for that child. But I don't think people in Ravine destroyed the generator with that intention. They don't have any other ways to express themselves. The government is the one to blame. Is that a good enough reason for that child or those dead people? It wasn't much of an operation. It was difficult. But there was enough of a chance to win. We'd have won if we had better equipment. That child would have been saved if there was electricity. Trauma Center wasn't a thing, but they couldn't make an interesting game about a doctor back then who didn't fight. Okay. It's not just that child. 5 people died in my hospital. The ICU didn't function. Stupid, just fools. Humans and creatures are meant to live. Why do they want to die out? Why do they strangle themselves? Humans are defective creatures, a bunch of fools. That's why genetic damage is up lately. The birth rate is also going down. Only 30 years to live. Nature, this planet, won't allow humans to live any longer than that. Am I a fool too? Huh? I had a physical at the hospital today. They said I can't have children because of hereditary genetic damage. I can't create life. I am a creature waiting to become extinct. Am I also a fool? I said it before and I'll say it again. Faye kinda hot. It's no good. It's not gonna work. Somehow we must break the spell or the humans on this planet will die out. No, I don't care about humans. Life itself will be ruined if we don't do something. Some pure life, not cursed. A pure life. This is the new spirit vessel that will break the curse. It hasn't awakened yet. The form was created by nanomachines, but neural simulation hasn't been done by the assembler tower yet. It's physically stable, but it still doesn't function as a living creature yet. A nanomachine colony. No matter how many times we rewrite the hereditary codes, the impressions embedded in our bodies cannot be stopped. It was necessary to pursue this further. We had to recreate the molecular... no. Actually, the atomic level, by referring to the structural patterns of you and I. This child holds our futures and possibilities. Can this child be the angel who can give us more time? I remember long ago, you, Kim, died. Right before town died. It was because soldiers of the town tried to use me. That's right. The memory of my soul, it was left in me for your sake. While I was being held, Carolyn told that the ultimate work of art that technology gave birth to. Yes, I knew I was the thing. Look, my body, different from Maria, Margie, and Ellie. Human imitation, but different. Kim and Ellie said I was Angel. Yes, you are the child I, or Kim, wished for. Kim has been a part of me, in my blood, passing his memory down the generations for the past 4,000 years. Existing for the day that the child who Kim was never able to embrace for so long would be born. So Emeralda was born into this world without parents. Faye, thank for being substitute Kim till now, but it okay. I be strong and make Kim and Ellie proud that I their child. What? Faye, body so hot. Faye, hold me tight. Don't let go.
What? Oh!
She looks fine. That's actually a really good design. Wait, so what happens if I bring Emeralda to Satan's house and listen to the music box? Wait, body? I became adult. I'm not getting your way anymore. She got a massive stat buff. What were her stats before? Hold up, let me look up. I've been actively avoiding the adult section for spoiler reasons. Emeralda as an adult has gone from an attack growth rate of 135 to 130, defense growth from 120 to 115, hit growth has gone from 88 to 68, evasion growth has gone from 92 to 72, ether defense growth has gone from 112 to 110. Yeah, 112 to 110. That's what has changed with adult Emeralda. I don't see much of a change. But you know what? Hold up. Let me take a moment. That is my favorite character design. She looks so good now. For the scarf down to even the dress. Oh my god. Like, before I thought she was just like an edgy teen or something. But no. That looks great. I'll be right back. I just heard my name. Sorry about that. Dog needed to, dog needed to be taken out. I really want to see that. But no, Emeralda has my favorite character design now. You know, before now, that honor went to Aqua from Kingdom Hearts. It's like everything about her was thought out. Even down to the way she holds her frickin' weapon. Then Emeralda's like... She looks good. Also, to answer your question, Julio, as of now, the answer is no. But, without going into heavy spoilers for Xenoblade, I will say this game does exist in the same world as the Xenoblade games. Without going heavy into spoilers. The stories are kind of disconnected, but there is some connections to be made. Now, I'm willing to bet there's a lot more connections. Oh my god, even her jumping animation is on point. Anyway, as we were doing. Actually, you know what? Let me get into a battle. What? You know, it is in the same world. Well, you'll be able to experience the story because as of right now, I'm actually working on a recorded series of Xenoblade 1. This is going to lead into Xenoblade 2, then that's going to lead into Xenoblade 3. Can Emeralda equip a weapon now? Nope. Alright, fine. Let me get into a battle. I want to see her battle animations. By the way, has Emeralda's gear been buffed? Ow. What the... It was. Yeah, no, you don't need to know anything about Xenogears to understand Xenoblade 1. I fully understand it, after all. If there is any series that would be connected, I would say Xenosaga. That's what I've heard, but I'm not 100% sure on that. Okay, so I'm absolutely going to be grinding for money off-screen. Worst case scenario, I'm going to reopen my cheats menu and click the infinite money button. Yeah, I have said I'll do the battle arena off screen. Wait, what? Anyway, let me see Emeralda's battle sprites, please. So my understanding is that Emeralda, you gotta go to the bathroom. Look for a desert with a giant skeleton for the next mini dungeon. Which party members are relevant there? I might actually answer. Alright. Oh my god, that's clean. That is clean. Like, that actually looks like how someone would fight as a colony of nanomachines. Yeah, no. Yeah, that is clean. What's your spell casting look like? And I guess this is the big test. Oh yeah, that looks a lot better. Oh, wait, she's actually doing good damage now. Oh, that victory animation! Screw you guys. I'm not starting another poll. Emeralda is staying in the party. It's pretty... Emeralda has gone in several cutscenes identifying that she is a she. So I will treat her as such. This does a lot of damage, if I remember right. Oh, I completely misunderstood that then. Holy shit! How is Faye a stronger ether battery than the actual ether user? Okay, I'm gonna spec Emeralda towards a high ether playstyle then. That means she's gonna need accessories that increase her ether as much as I can manage. She'll need some defensive stuff so she doesn't keel over and die. That's a given. I know exactly what I'm doing now. Give me those ether drives. Emeralda needs her ether as high as I can manage. So let's set her equipment up. She'll lose some defenses, but like her natural defense is really high. Null's ether weapons. Oh well. We're giving her the ether doubler because I think it's pretty obvious. That'll account for as literally any ether debuff she could manage. Satan. You don't need all that defense. No. Welcome back. Let's see. Who do I give my other ether doubler to? Murray. Satan, this is a pretty piss poor build for him. You know what? Ether Veiler will absolutely help. Satan has really high speed as is. That wouldn't be that helpful. This would be helpful though. Double support. Meh. Faye is my brute character. %100% the brute. But you know what? No. Nassan Cross increases that attack stat a good bit. Alright. On land, I think this is a pretty good setup. Off screen, I will look in the Yggdrasil shop and see if there's anything there. But honestly, I think for the main party, this is a really good setup. You. Don't even act like you don't need this. This will allow Satan to be getting some good healing on. It'll ensure my healing is never shut down because of this. Alright. My ultimate plan. The final ultimate plan. Not what I wanted to grab, but you know what? I'll take it. Why? Because 90% of this is getting sold. Who's got what on? Having SP cost. I don't have enough slots for Emeralda, so that'll have to do. Well, you know what? For now, let's see about just upgrading my gears as much as humanly possible. Now I have a... Okay, so here's the basic idea. So first off, these two are getting these armor sets. Like, absolutely. Armor. Honestly... Hold on. I need to open up stats. I don't think I'll be heading to that new dungeon today, because this seems a good place to stop. I will be renaming the stream Emeralda's Past, by the way. Because this entire stream was more about Emeralda than anyone else. Faye has... Wait, hold up. What armor are these two packing? I have a broad question. Do I need to worry about ether attacks in the final dungeon? Like, are they, like, a massive threat? I'm like at the end of the game, Tulio. If she hasn't gotten it yet, she's probably not getting it. So I'm gonna get another E-generator, mainly for Satan. Oh, yep. Yep, that's what that thing was. It was a gun for Billy's gear. Alright, you have Z alloy. Z alloy. Okay, so this is the part I'm worried about. If I have to worry about ether attacks, then Z alloy will be what I have everyone using. But if I don't, I'm good to just go ahead with Z gold. Like, I've been getting the alloys because just bonus to both stats. It can't not be a bad thing, right? So that is my question. Are there ether attacks I really gotta worry about? Don't remember? That's a shame. You know what? Just in case I'm gonna have Satan, here's the end game goal. And what I will have by next stream. Mark my words. I will grind as long as it takes. Satan will have this thing. Emeralda and Faye are going to have the Z gold. Obviously, I'm going to have both of these frames. Engine. Faye is going to eventually get... Faye is going to keep the Omega because he doesn't have to worry about fuel. I'm thinking... What I'm thinking next largely depends on your answer to this, guys. Does output affect ether attacks? Because if it does, then Emeralda is going to be joining Faye with the Omega. If not, then she'll be joining Satan with the V80. I'm trying to get info to properly build these guys. Because, correct me if I'm wrong, I'm basically going to have to build every single gear, correct? Like, I'm going to have to make, like, 3 fully functional teams. So... You don't really need to go all in. I'm going all in. I finally have the freedom to engage with this frickin' combat system again. I'm using it. I'm touch-starved. That's what I am right now. I'm touch-starved for this brilliant combat system and the preparation. I need it. Yeah, no, yo, Jimbo, I want to use a different party for each core. Okay, you want to see it. I'm going all in. I will Google the fastest money grind specifically to get everything I need. Of course, I am going to prioritize my main 3, which now is Faye, Satan, and Emeralda. Funny how I didn't want to use Satan at the start, but I'm bringing him to the final battle. I didn't trust him for the entirety of Disc 1, so I didn't have him in the party. You know what? As long as I don't find the ending, I'll be good. Put up Xenogears. Does output... Oh! Yeah, that would have absolutely spoiled. Okay. Okay, I got my answer. Emeralda is using the V80, so she can still pull off some decent physical attacks while having a decent amount of fuel. Emeralda and Faye will be using the Z Gold. Satan will be using the Z Alloy. And let's go over parts. Satan, I will have with a ether doubler in place of his ether machine shield. Specifically, so I don't run into a ether-based situation. Now, chargers are completely irrelevant for my main party. engine output up 50% is going on Faye. No questions asked. That's going to increase his overall physical damage. Other than that, aside from getting an additional ether generator to put on Satan, because this other one is going on Emeralda to buff the shit out of her ether stat. Not much more. I already have ideas for the other characters. For Bart. Bart in his gear, I think, would be best suited towards spamming his debuffs, and like Emeralda, he'll be using the Z80. He will not be using an E-generator, though. But here's the important parts. Billy. I will be equipping Billy with a Z charger to help him regain fuel after spamming Jessie Cannon a few times. What's more, Billy will absolutely be getting an AE generator. And if I don't have anything else here, probably another E generator, because why not? Rico, this the big one. Like Faye, he'll be getting the engine output up by 50%. But Rico, unlike Faye, has to worry about fuel. Because of this, the engine output is going to compensate for him using the middle tier engine. What's more, I will give him the Death Blow X, because this will increase his strength and give him access to all death blows. Now, Marie, like Billy, will be getting the Z Charger to help her spam her special options a lot more. But here's the thing, like Billy, she will not be getting one of these engines. The cost is too high. I will be buying an engine on the Yggdrasil for Billy and Marie, because their special option moves are their bread and butter for their ether attacks. And having 2,000 fuel or less effectively makes them useless. Like Billy, Marie will be getting an E generator. However, unlike Billy, because SaveZen is capable of physical combat, he will be getting an engine output up 50%. And you know what, for Bart, I'm gonna throw in a Veil doubler. That sounds good to me. That is the plan. But I'm gonna prioritize getting Faye, Satan, and Emeralda all set up. From the sounds of it, I've got 2 streams to do this. It'll probably be halfway done come Friday, but that's the plan. But no, for Faye and Rico, getting the GNRS 50 is especially important. I will be prioritizing that. So that's it for today's stream. Wait. Will events happen when I leave the lighthouse? Before I end stream. Just before I end stream. Will cutscenes trigger when I leave the lighthouse? Okay, cool. Cool. I wanted to know that beforehand. Before I end stream and I run off to go grind. And you know what? I would like to welcome both Tulio and... I'm scrolling up for the name because they haven't chatted in a while. Welcome, Tulio and Shaded. Welcome to the RPG Haven community, which I am now calling it. Yes, such an impactful game. I'm gonna be honest, Evie. Yes, I am. Look, Xenogears is great, but I do 5-hour streams. We're on part 19. Xenogears is great, but I want to play other things. I want you guys to know, Kingdom Hearts has been ready to go for like 2 months now, but I slated it to start after Xenogears. Well, you're always welcome to join us for future streams, Tulio. I guess next time we're going to go to the desert. And no, I'm totally not stalling for an excuse to find a raid target. Just a reminder from what I said at the start of the stream. First off, I am working on getting Metroid Prime 2 and 3 working on stream. I make no promises. I'll be working on that immediately after stream. Second, if you haven't already, go ahead and vote in the community tab of my channel. That will decide which version of Chain of Memories I play, along with if I play Kingdom Hearts Days or 2 first. The Days versus 2 will expire once Chain of Memories has concluded. Yes, Tulio. Fun fact, I only just found out this week that I could finally start streaming Days. Everyone thank Melon Mix and their developers. They're incredibly talented developers for making an emulator optimized enough for OBS to not freak out. You know what? We haven't rated her in a while. In a long while. Yeah, no, a bit of a shameless advertisement. If you haven't already, and you're a fan of Kingdom Hearts, but you want to play Kingdom Hearts Days, but you have no viable method to, or you think the controls suck, Melon Mix is a Kingdom Hearts 358/2 Days mod, along for Recoded, by the way, that turns it into a single screen experience. Unfortunately, due to my computer being crappy, I cannot show this single screen experience, even complete with right stick camera controls. And being able to use the D-pad for the command menu. Ooh. and the control stick for movement. Honestly, it is the best way to play Days if you want to in the modern day. Anyway, I have the raid link. Remember, be kind and respectful to the raid target. Don't spam their chat. Don't subscribe unless you want to. If you subscribe and then immediately unsubscribe, that hurts their channel more than it helps. And why not leave a like on my stream and their stream? Helps out both channels. Man, you can tell I'm in a great mood because I'm out of the visual novel. I don't sound defeated during this. It's like I'm a whole new person. Anyway, we'll be rating my good friend Pika, who is currently playing Uno on a chill stream. So yeah, be kind and respectful to the raid target. All that jazz. And why not like, comment, and subscribe? It helps out my channel too. Yes, Tulio. Honestly, I think you kind of missed the boat on joining the Xenogears journey. It's kind of a situation of you joined too late. Thank you for the sub, Tulio. I will see you guys next time. Bye! That is not what I meant to put on. There we go.